There we go. Welcome to ZomboCom. Every episode I review what I just did in the episode, every stream, to look over it for opportunities for improvement. Iteration, finding things that could improve the quality of life for myself and for you, the loyal viewers. There are two things that I did this time. Two categories. One is I did notice that the text was blurry and kind of realized that the text was blurry in a couple different places, really. And I realized that in my efforts to drag and drop things around the layout, I had done a lot of resizing. And that resizing was not going to lead to font changes. It would just lead to the pixels getting crushed and smeared around. So I reset all of these scaling transformations. I'm pretty sure that should now be good. Naturally, the background image is going to depend on the quality of the original background image, and that I'm not too worried about. Nobody's coming here for, new wallpapers. The other thing that I'm doing is something that's not going to be as readily apparent. And that is I moved my desk. I am now facing the window. Like the window is behind my monitors, so the light is on my face. Something I didn't really realize when I was looking at the whole VTubing thing, it seems like it's a nice shortcut. It seems like, I don't need to be, a handsome dude or a pretty woman, because the sprite will take over, and that means I don't need to clean up my apartment either. I don't need to do anything like that. I can just have anything. It turns out that's not really the case, in that you still need a crisp, clean webcam image for it to work from. And specifically, I was only streaming after the sun had set, because I was at a 90-degree angle. I was perpendicular to my window, and my window faces west, and the sun was just blazing in. FaceRig was not capable of comprehending that image as a face. It just wasn't working. So I shifted my desk around to face the window, so now the light is directly on my face. I've got a backdrop of sorts to, again, increase the contrast there and not give the camera anything to worry about in the background. It's not ideal, but it's working. That is exactly why we are challenging the sun. That is what I was leading up to. Sup, Wing the Ultimate Nug? Ooh, I should actually resize the chat. I didn't realize that it was coming from the bottom down. Here's another iterative improvement right now. Alright, so I'm going to give it, say, let's try 200 pixels. Oh, that's too much. 650. Yeah, that's good. There we go. And I'll update this as well, just to check. Good, yep, that's fine. All right, yep, so anyway, now that that's done, I am challenging the sun. This is kind of a stress test, in that I've shifted the desk around. The sun is going to be in my eyes, and I'm going to see if the camera now behaves itself. FaceRig is definitely happier with me as a result of the changes, but it is, it's 1:30 right now. So the sun is not actually coming through the windows yet. It's decently bright, but I don't have any direct rays. So as the hours while on, that is absolutely going to change, and I'm going to see if this works. If I need to put on a hat, if I need to draw blinds, and just kind of be able to hopefully stream sometime other than sunset. My purpose in doing so, not really sure, because I actually do, of course, work a 9-to-5 job, which means that I'm not going to be doing many noon streams anyway. But this whole thing, of course, is like that. So, to get started, I'm going to need a way to properly challenge the sun. You are a hero in the Kingdom of America. You are tired of the sun's shenanigans and have decided the sun must, should I just die or be defeated? You will be the one to defeat the sun. But how? You are now on a quest to find the way to defeat the sun. Your first stop is the town of New Haven, Connecticut. The next stop, okay, that was Strawn. Could be. If I insult the sun enough that it gives up and weeps, then I'm going to count that as some sort of victory. I don't think that would really be an emotional victory. There absolutely is a timeline in which this ends with my bullying the sun into committing suicide. Well, I'll deal with that if it happens. I'll come to that when I come to that. Step to the town of New Haven, Connecticut. The town of New Haven is famous for having the largest solar research laboratory in the world. I have just decided this. You enter the laboratory and ask to speak to the chief scientist. Okay. No, you're going to speak to me right now. Metal Slug 2. Yeah, sometimes game soundtracks have things. He tells you that he's been working here for years and has never seen anyone like you before. You tell him that you want to know what it takes to defeat the sun, so he can show you how. He tells you he knows what you need, but before he tells you, you have to do him a favor. Now, like any good RPG, let's get the quest line, let's get this fetch quest going. He asks you to he asks you to blank for him. Alright, let's try that again. Wow. Alright. Let's try it. Let's just go, you have to do him a favor. You accept his conditions. You have to blank for him. He tells you that in the forest outside town, the forest outside New Haven, Connecticut, there lives a creature he has been researching called the Okay. I know this is a real word. Like, this is absolutely a mythical creature. What I don't know is how to pronounce it. Which is unfortunately, a running theme, I think. So let's look this up real quick. In fact, I'm going to share this with the class. It's a legendary creature from Ethiopia. It's said to resemble a Cape buffalo with its head always pointing downwards due to its great weight. How to pronounce? All right.
Catoblepas. Catoblepas.
Catoblepas.
Catoblepas. That sounds like a typo. Catoblepas. Catoblepas. All right. Catoblepas. We have all learned something today. All right. He tells you that in the forest outside town, there lives a creature he has been researching called the Catoblepas. You ask him what he wants you to do with Catoblepas. Sup, Crabbo? I mean, it's a son we've got. You know, I'm not complaining about that. I'm not saying, oh, you got to step up your game or anything like that. He tells you that he wants you to bring its head back so he can dissect it and discover the secret to the creature's long lifespan. You agree to do this task. Girding your loins for battle with the legendary Catoblepas, you ask the scientist if he has any super secret solar technology weapons. You know what? Super secret solar weapons he can offer you to face the beast. That Goldilocks zone, man. It is important. Oh my. Okay, this is off to a rollicking good start. No, he says, but I can offer you an opal ring that will protect you from the Catoblepas' toxic fart clouds. You did not know about the Catoblepas' toxic fart clouds. You put on the opal ring and feel the air around you grow cleaner. kind of a relief. Scientists have very poor hygiene. Hygiene? Hygiene. Yeah, there it goes. You now realize you really don't know much about the mythical beast, and maybe you should find out before you get wrecked. What else can you tell me about the Catoblepes, you ask? Excuse me. Not much. I just work here. I'm a scientist, not a librarian, he complains. Which is fair. He's a solar scientist. He's not a Catoblepes scientist. A librarian steps up to help. Oh, it's a creature of Greek mythology. No, it's not. It has a face so foul that all who gaze upon it die instantly. I think it's getting confused, but keep going. I'm not going to tell a mythical creature what it can and can't do. Only the legendary opal ring can protect you from its deadly gaze. It also has toxic fart clouds and a terrible smell. Doesn't really do anything else. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Just didn't finish. Alright, so. Is this the same opal ring? Will this opal ring protect me from its deadly gaze? You say, brandishing the anti-fart opal ring on your finger. No, that's a faux opal. The real one is in the museum around the corner. You go around the corner and enter the Museum of Catoblepes artifacts. The chief exhibit is the opal ring of gaze prevention. Yeah, let's capitalize that. The opal ring, legendary opal ring. Yeah, you get to hear this all in real time. Opal ring of gaze prevention. It is secured very tightly, very well, and guarded most assiduously. You speak to the chief. Caretaker? I know there's a term for it. Who takes care of a museum? I'll just go with chief caretaker for now of the museum and ask to borrow their priceless, legendary artifact. There's a chance it just says, yeah, it's fine. You tell him I have some important business at the Solar Research Facility involving Dr. Spectrum. That is a fantastic name. And I need to protect myself from the Catoblepes' gaze by using the legendary opal ring. You nod firmly, having delivered a good recap in the form of exposition. The caretaker says, K, shit, it might actually say K. The ring is a property of the museum, and if you aren't careful with it, you'll be hearing from my lawyers. He doesn't lend you the opal ring. Knowing that the deadly gaze of the Catoblepes will cut you down. Well, you know what? Will horrify you to an early grave. You wait until nightfall. You case the place and wait until nightfall. Memorizing the guard patterns and camera locations. You're going to have to steal the legendary opal ring. Okay, too easy. Too easy. This is pretty good. Okay. You surreptitiously enter the museum after hours under cover of night. We need different music at this point. This is... under cover of night. You sneak past the cameras and around the guards and hotwire the elevator in the basement. No. There we go. Focus. The elevator takes you up to the main floor. It is there. The legendary Opal Ring exhibit can be found. But first, you'll have to get past the tripwires, the pressure plates, the laser grids, the guard dogs, and the... you know what? What else do I have to get past, AI Dungeon? And the laser-filled glass case. You fail to get past the tripwires. You fail to get past the pressure plates. You fail to get past the laser grid. You are very embarrassed. The alarms are now going off. On the other hand, now that stealth is out the window, you no longer care about taking your time or being subtle. You walk up to the laser-filled glass case, spelled with a Z because that's exactly what it says, and smash it with a ball-peen pen. Okay, in this timeline, the museum guard rushes in and tackles you to the floor. You're under arrest by museum security. You are put into a maximum security prison with your significant other for grand theft artifacts. I'm pretty sure that the Geneva Convention has something to say about group punishment, but okay. The museum guard rushes in. It seems the pen was made of titanium, which wraps up the mystery of what made the holes in the glass. You snatch the legendary opal ring and jam it on your finger before brandishing the titanium pen at the museum guard. Back off, man, you warn. I don't want to hurt you, but I totally will if I have to. Or if I think it's cool. Luckily, you haven't completely lost your mind, so you throw the pen away before he can try to use its length to grab the opal ring from your hand. So, the pen itself seems to be some kind of mighty artifact, and apparently it's more important than capturing me, so you escape, you run out of the museum with the opal ring, with a legendary opal ring. Legendary opal ring securely in your possession. You may now hunt and exterminate the Catoblepas with extreme prejudice, knowing it is somewhere in the... This is a forest, right? Yeah, forest outside. Forest outside town. You take a... Oh, what are those stupid scooters? Like, what are they, Lime? That may be regional. You take a forklift from the back lot and ride it slowly out of town. The forklift dies before you find the Catoblepas. You wonder if this is very bad luck. Catoblepes. Pez. You stand on the dark road and slowly open the map that was in the glove box. The map shows you something most peculiar. You're quite... Okay. You were quite surprised by what you see on the map. It seems to be mostly pieces of garbage. There's a banana peel, several used tissues, 2 copies of... This could be good. 2 copies of The Wise Quill. I don't know what the hell that is. Handful of cherry pits, a soggy box of orange juice cartons with the drowned insects inside, and a lot of loose pieces of burnt paper. You wonder why the forklift operator made such a specific map of trash and throw away the map before heading into the woods. Both opal rings at the ready. You attempt to perform the mating call of the Catoblepes to lure it out of hiding. To your dismay and surprise, the Catoblepes attacks you before you can even finish the first phrase of the song. It charges out of the bushes and gores you with its spiraling, deadly horn of death. Curses! You thought its only attacks were its fearsomely hideous mug and its toxic fart clouds, but it also has spiraling, deadly horns of death and other weaponry to not yet seen by mortal eyes. You stagger away from the Catoblepes, kicking pine cones to the side as a distraction while you hide behind a road sign. You grab a banister pole that has fallen onto the side of the road from a nearby demolished house for protection, and you chuck it at the Catoblepes while its horn is too close to its deadly head. The Catoblepes rears back and gores itself on its own horn. It turns out the Catoblepes is actually quite stupid and was evolved wrong as a joke. In addition to everything else, the Catoblepes is just a big walking punching bag. It is wounded, but not dead. You approach the Catoblepes with your fists up and challenge it to a game of rock, paper, scissors. The Catoblepes is not the sharpest tool in the shed, and you easily outsmart it for the dominating win of 12 games in a row. Having established your superiority, you cut its head off using the winning scissors tactic and drag it back into town to hand over. Okay, yeah, there's too many twos. Drag it back into town. You hand it over to Dr. Spectrum to be dissected and remind him that of your deal. You hand over the head of the Catoblepes, and he provides you with a tactic to take down the let's just do tuck down the sun. We're tactical right now. We are not emotional. Both of you shake hands, and he leads the way into his mad science workshop. Dr. Spectrum brings you down past countless traps and security measures as he explains how to defeat the sun. Apparently, it's an ancient device which was used by... Dr. Spectrum's own ancestors to take revenge on a neighboring city that was much warmer than their own. Dr. Spectrum hands you a bowl of much-needed dental tools and a reinforced white coat, explaining the best approach to remove the device. I think it's losing track. I'm not going to replace the sun. What are you talking about? Let's see here. Okay, so let's see. The ancestors took revenge using this device. That means the device is in place. You ask Dr. Spectrum where the device is currently installed and who is guarding it. I don't care. The point is to challenge and defeat the sun. Well, really the point is just to challenge the sun, but defeat ideally is the, result. It's someone else's responsibility to deal with the aftermath. All right. He explains it is right behind a wall labeled emergency access. But the emergency access wall is located in the forbidden... let's see here. In the... How do I want to say this? Let's make this globe-trotting. Across the world, in the country of... Shitavera, a country that has never been mapped and continually imports bolts, gears, catapults, cannons, rubber bands, lab glassware, as well as exporting bombs, wine, coffee beans, the raw kind, and blue crystal, the illegal kind. You need a passport to enter it, but of course Dr. Spectrum has the only one. You ask Dr. Spectrum to give you his passports to the country of Shitavera. He does so, and you tuck it into your waistband. He attempts to protest, but you remind him of your deal. I'm going to get rid of this. You quickly travel to the airports, evading the forces of the Catoblepes Museum, who are hot on your heels, and take an overnight flight to Shitavera. And yes, by the way, just for the record, in case anyone ever wonders or, chooses to clip this, I'm aware that the sun is kind of important on a number of levels, and that removing it would be a bad idea on a number of levels. It's kind of a big deal. When you arrive in Shitavera, you're immediately questioned by several officials who don't want an American in their country. Top 10 questions asked by Shitavera customs officials. Number 10. Okay, so this is, they're not asking me my business. They're making sure that I can survive in their society, I suppose. Number 10. Are the Hittites a real people or a made-up group? Real people. What was the population of the real Sodom and Gomorrah? I don't fucking know. Tens of thousands, I guess? I mean, if they're a real city and they were a big deal, and in that time frame, wild guess, I am not a historian. Where do you think the lost city of Atlantis would be located? Lost Triangle? What was that? No, the Bermuda Triangle, that's what it's called. Bermuda Triangle is perfect. I suspect that it's probably further south, though, like the Marianas Trench, somewhere that we cannot get to, because we can get to and review the Bermuda Triangle. Bottom of the trench, that's another story. Have you ever wondered about where DNA comes from? Can't say that I have. It's like wondering where molecules come from. It's a construct, it's like a shape. It's something that happens. I suppose it comes from physics. Do you ever think a nation needs a strong leader? Yes. How would you rank the Professor in regard to other villains? I'd say he's national tier. Show me on this doll where Bellatrix cast the Cruciatus Curse. Oh. I don't know if that was shown. kidney, the left kidney. Which U.S. president was best described? Okay, you know what? I'm going to just retry that one. I'm not going there. Doop, doop, doop. Where did you park your unicorn? I parked it at the meter. Are you a member of Al-Qaeda? No, I am not. Apart from not wanting to be one, I don't think that they would want me to be one. I think that I do not meet their criteria. Oh, you have to answer that one honestly too, so. And would you like some desserts? Yes, I would. You are immediately taken into custody after arriving in Shita Verta. That happens. Your detention cell is filled with freezing cold water. You advise them that your cell is filled with freezing cold water and are told this is your dessert, a great delicacy in the nation of Shita Vera. You reluctantly drink it all down. The next day, you were led to a room with two monstrous men in it. One with skin made of stone, and the one built like an armored tank. You admire their skin, and ask how you can get awesome monster skin. You may be here to challenge the sun, but afterwards, you want to be a sweet mutant that gets all the ladies. Hopefully it doesn't take that too far. They both agree to give you some of their skin. They attempt to smash and break you like a vase. The skin is harder than that. You have grafted their skin onto your body and are now part stone, part tank. You are functionally immune to casual, not interrogation, casual detention techniques and pillow fights. Right? I wasn't even hoping for that. If this keeps up, you're going to have to get yourself a new name. Calamity, or Lars, Man of Stone. You ask what are they? The customs officials which name they would prefer you use as your new street name. Calamity or Lars, Man of Stone? They suggest Lars, Man of Stone. Just has a better ring to it. You're still rolling with that name. Now you are sent to mental evaluation and physical fitness testing. You take 7 tests and 12 and run through 3 levels on Ring Fit Adventure for the Nintendo Switch. You have broken quite a sweat and ask them how much more of this there is before you can be issued your own Shita Vera citizenship card. They pull out a large double-barreled silver shotgun, put it to your head, and tell you that this is the remaining portion of the test. You are brought into a dark room with little round lights on the ceiling. Continue. They are lit, but you cannot see what they are over. It is time for the 3-round dispenser game. You have to hit the button under the light, but there's a slight problem. No one knows where the trigger is. The lights are randomly generated and can appear in 1 of 10 locations. You have to kill all 9 of them to win. Would you like to try? I don't quite have the picture of this, but you try. Don't necessarily need to. Okay. You know what? Let's give it some more direction. The test begins, and you frantically run around the room, pulling on every lever you can find. No, wait, no, it's like that. All right. Do more. You end up breaking your neck and becoming a skeleton because the correct solution is not to pull any levers. You could have accessed secret information about the puzzle if you had thought to ask for directions. Okay, so clearly I'm not going to stop here, but I'm trying to think, do I want to just revert it, or do I want to try and roll with this somehow? Okay, you know what? Becoming an animated skeleton is a bridge too far. Let's just try it again. Unfortunately, there is no way to know if you're hitting the right buttons until after you've done it. The lights go out, and you have no idea where they are. You stop and ask the darkness if you've passed the test. If there aren't any lights, then that means you win, right? The screen in front of you lights up and displays your fate. You only managed to hit 2 targets. You grab the screen and take it hostage, demanding they issue a citizenship card immediately. For Lars, Man of Stone. If they don't, you'll execute the flat screen. The government officials allow you to pass because they know you'll never see that card. Your episode of Mostly Flattened Airs, you watch it for the 6th time. It turns out the entire citizenship immigration ritual was just a game show. And you were an unwitting contestant. They won't even give you any residuals, let alone prize money. But you are now allowed into Shidavera for being a good sport about the whole thing. You've made it into the country and start looking around for the emergency access wall within which lies the device. The solar device. You know, just call it the solar device. Maybe it's a non-visa country. There are walls, clock towers, small buildings, and large buildings. They blend in together, and you do not know where to start looking. Flagging down a wandering minstrel, you ask him to sing you a song that tells you where to go. The bard begins strumming his lute, and I realize that the playlist is paused again. That keeps happening. It's like it tries to shuffle to something that doesn't exist. I'm going to take it off a shuffle, and just randomize the list and go down the list, and hopefully that'll do the trick. It's a bit more of a pain, but I don't know how to make it stop pausing. I don't think there's a hotkey I'm fat fingering. Anyway, the bard begins strumming his lute and singing an old Shidavera song about a man who builds a wall and finds romance along the way. You demand he tell you the man's name. He gives it as Lars Mangrove. Hey, that's you! The minstrel goes on to explain that the first thing you want to do upon arriving in Shidavera is find Lars Mangrove. You ask him if this is some kind of philosophical bullshit where you have to find yourself before you can find your destination. He just smirks and asks for a tip, which you don't have, so you salute him briskly and jog off in the direction he pointed downward. In that direction, you find a phone store and purchase a local phone, a phone with which to use the local dating app, which is called She-Tinder. You swipe aimlessly on She-Tinder and look for romance. You spend a few hours chatting with women and then meet one for coffee. This takes another few hours, then dinner on another night, and finally a movie all in one weekend. It pays off when a new swipe slips into your DMs and you see they slip in your DMs. Their profile features a selfie in front of a wall marked emergency access. She must know where to find it. Her profile says she's interested in tattoos. So you send her a middle finger emoji and hit send. She swipes right. You get excited and start planning your trip to meet her. You visit the local hardware store. You'll have to gear up. Who knows what's about to happen? You fill a shopping cart full of power tools, spare parts, and ... some bungee cords, which you have a feeling you'll need. It's going to be one of those dates. You know there's a train in the station across town, but you need some cash. Your pockets are full of hundreds, so you head to the casino. You exchange your American hundreds for Shitavarian currency. The local currency for poker chips. You'll be able to exchange that back into Shitavarian currency, but only if you win. You take your poker chips to the... I don't know. What game do we want to play? Blackjack is about the only one I know the rules for. Or there's the one-arm bandit, because the rule there is insert money, pull arm, lose. I'm going to say Baccarat, because I don't think anybody knows how to play that table. And bet them all on blue. The dealer reveals a blue 3, a blue 5, and a blue 6. He wins. You've lost everything. It was a good run while it lasted. Time to go get a real job. You realize you're thinking foolish thoughts and scrutinize your drink carefully. You've been drugged. You stumble into the bathroom, only to find yourself surrounded by the goons of the Catoblepas Museum, here to take back the legendary opal ring. The Sun should have goons, shouldn't it? It needs to be a supervillain. I'm gonna have to noodle on that one. You murder a few of them before succumbing to an awful vomiting death. You wake up in the infirmary. You've been resuscitated by a cute Shitavarian nurse who used a cutting-edge technique known as the as the flipper span to bring you back to life. You thank her profusely and ask what you owe. That is a pretty awful death. She says it's free, but that you'll have to become an okay. Enunciation remains a problem. Like, I've been streaming not even for an hour, and I'm mumbling all over the place. Alright. She says it's free, but that you'll have to become an organ donor yourself, or else the next person who needs a liver ends up with a moldy black market one you took title to your name. You accept that her conditions, but advise her that you were denied a citizenship card, and therefore have no way to register as an organ donor. This is their fault, really. All they had to do was play nice, but no, they played games, and now you can't donate your organs. She helps you fix that. Okay. You exit the hospital and look for a mode of transit, but there's nothing around but mountains and trees. You realize that you were taken to a hospital in the middle of the Shitavarian wilderness. Also, you have no money. You now have a citizenship card, but nowhere to show it. You forage, what's a good way? Yeah. You forage in the woods, but you traverse. You explore the woods in search of a horse, camel, or other animal, or other large animal you can ride back to civilization. Holy shit. You find a single wild Pachyrhinosaurus megatherio grazing on the plains. You attempt to tame it, but the dinosaur sees right through your attempts and knocks you out with a swift headbutt. You get back up, not having heard a bell, and challenge the Megatherium to a fistfight. You know the Megatherium doesn't have hands, and are hoping to trick it into a duel it can't win. It sees right through this and breaks your arm with a headbutt while laughing like a hyena. Okay, this is not going well. Picking yourself up and resetting your arm using the soldier technique of dusting it off. You ask the Megatherium to just cut you a break, man. You've had a long day. The Megatherium closes its eye and listens to your rap before stomping you anyway. Thankfully, you're out before it starts gorging yourself on your delicious flesh. You wake up in the infirmary again, with a few new donated organs, and ask the nurse how the hell patients leave here anyway. She says that a Shitavarian airship comes by once a year to pick up any healthy bodies. They sometimes hover for a few minutes to let new victims on too, if they don't mind dealing with somebody else's organs. And when is the next airship coming? You ask. Oh, that's good. She says in 1 second. And sure enough, the recognizable shape of an Angwithan sky brigantine appears above the tiny wilderness hospital. You flag down the airship and ask for a ride back to the city, as you have a hot Tinder date waiting. Yeah, it's extremely convenient. Like, that was on cue. The airship has modified turrets to pick up patients, and the captain says your recent donation, that was the organ I donated, I believe, entitles you to free passage. You thank the captain, and ride the turrets back to the city, giving the Megatherium the finger as you pass. You get off at the city nearest the Ketop... No, I don't. That's not where I go. Skip that. I actually liked the rest of it, but I might come back to it. A small crowd has gathered at the landing spot to see if you survived, and seeing you alive, cheers. You approach a crowd. You ask the crowd why they're cheering. They tell you you're a celebrity. You actually won that game back at the casino, but were too drugged to realize it. You won all your money 10 times over. Which, if I bet on blue and the dealer draws 3 blue cards, I did think that was strange that I was supposedly lost. You make small talk with the crowd, then say goodbye to Gabri, wherever the fuck that is. You walk home in a daze. The fame, the fortune, it's all too much for your simple mind to process. One thought remains. You can now totally afford to take your Tinder dates to Applebee's. You put on your best tracksuits and take a taxi to meet her. Oh hey, you actually showed up, she says. Good, let's go. You take her to your favorite restaurant, Applebee's Neighborhood Bar and Grill, the best of both worlds. You order drinks and microwaved appetizers. Your drink is a liquid cotton cocktail, stirred, not shaken. Hers is a frozen fruity number. Don't know what. Oh, jalapeno bites. Poppers are great. The jalapeno bites come, and you both share them, finding the perfect balance to be 98.2 in your favor. You having lowered her guard with small talk and alcohol, you ask her where she took her selfie by the emergency access wall. Did you really go to medical school, she asks. You say no, and she says that you're a massive lying liar who lies. No matter. You remind her about your emergency access wall question and promise you'll take her to get a new tattoo if she takes you there afterwards. She agrees, but only if you choke down a 26-ounce porterhouse steak in under an hour. You agree and order the steak. It arrives quickly and is quite nice. You begin the process of gobbling up the mighty steak. It's an arduous task. No? Ardor? Arduous. Really? No R? Okay. Arduous. It's an arduous task. And you have to remind yourself that the sun is a giant jackass that deserves to die. The thought keeps you going. It gives you strength. It helps you masticate and swallow the huge bolts of meat. I mean, I am the one who chose to live in Denver, but what are you going to do? After about 40 minutes, you finish, and your date snaps a picture of your accomplishment. You feel so bloated your stomach hurts. But it's okay. The experience has prepared you for parenthood. You've won the bet, the wager, and take her to get a tattoo as promised. Top 10 tattoos you find on your Tinder dates. Body skin? I'm guessing that I'm referring to pregnancy when I'm talking about a bloated stomach, therefore parenthood. It's either that or when you have kids, you have to eat porterhouse steaks every day. I don't have kids, so I can't confirm or deny that. But if anybody watching is a parent, please feel free to chime in. Number 10. Unsightly and misshapen clumps of stars on her back that spell the word Celestia. A cutie mark of a 3-legged dog on her stomach. Wait a minute. Celestia, cutie marks, this is going My Little Pony. How did it get there? A poorly stitched on image of a heart with script that reads Mom on her upper arm. A topographical map of the world with a black spot where she was born. A badly stitched image of a delivery room with her mother in the foreground with a wide grin and a mustache, her father's head floating above her. A 4-foot-long black spiked chain coiled around her body in a polymorphed Ouroboros shape. Ouroboros. These tattoos have reached complete global saturation. An embroidery of a bizarre half-dog, half-flower creature with 3 human heads sticking out the center. An embroidery of a dragon fighting a propeller plane over mountainous terrain. That's awesome. That's a rock album right there. An embroidery of Celandine holding court over 19 cloned children that you know about. Hang on a second. Is this anything? It is a common plant of the buttercup family that produces yellow flowers in the early spring, reproducing either by seed or by bulbils at the base of the stems, unlike every other plant. I think seeds are pretty common among those. Anyway, okay, it's an embroidery of a flower, whatever. And the number 1 tattoo on her body. In mirror writing on the back of her head is the word beloved, as if it were reflected in a mirror. She winces slightly with each new addition, but seems to be exhilarated as well. You didn't really plan to give her 10 new tattoos, but she seems happy, and you did make a lot of money at the casino, so why not? Now that she's been fully inked, you ask her to fulfill her part of the deal and take you to the emergency access wall. Absolutely going for that Bond Babe thing. She shows you a disused but unlocked door in a basement and leads you through it into the sewer system. Before long, you are thoroughly lost and feel like you've descended well past the limits of a conventional sewer system. Where are we going? You ask her. For real. Don't you trust me? She replies with a look of horror and sadness. I'm not sure, you admit. There's no easy way to say it. You shouldn't, she says with a sudden smirk, and puts a gun to your back. I'm working for the sun. The sun, you repeat. A brute capable of summoning the flames would be a game changer. I'm sure you understand. Good night, Mr. Moon. She takes you to a cistern and shoves you inside before wheeling the door closed. After a moment, the pipes gurgle and pour out water. Why is there a sound file of evil laughter that repeats itself 4 times in GoldenEye 64? Okay. You've been locked into a death trap and must find a way to escape before the water floods the cistern completely. I don't know. The moon may just be my name. Like, it would absolutely be on theme to be something of that nature. You're a smart man and you search for a way out, but the lock on the door won't give. You're going to have to do something fast. You search yourself, you search through your pockets for all the power tools you brought along and pull out a socket wrench. You apply the socket wrench to a nearby hex nut and give it a twist. It comes loose, and you see separate parts of the hex fly off in 6 directions. Okay? If you try to twist off a second hex nut, it doesn't give, it just breaks. You realize this is your salvation, and begin breaking all the hex nuts. Collecting the pieces, you assemble them into a cistern key and attempt to open the top of the cistern. It clicks open and you're saved. Stepping out of this building, that doesn't happen. You haul yourself out of the cistern with no time to spare, drenched and grumpy that your date betrayed you. Not only that, she betrayed you after you paid for drinks and tattoos. But she's nowhere to be seen. You now know that the sun is aware of your intention and seeks to stop you. You'll have to be cautious. You take, after drying off, you take your phone to let's see here, to a library, show a librarian the selfie taken by the son's mistress, and ask the librarian to use a computer and figure out where the selfie was taken. A few minutes and some research later, you find out that the emergency access door in that picture is in an abandoned industrial park. With what you know, it's time to go see the Alone Ones. So I'm absolutely picturing that as one of those zoom, enhance, track to section D4, flip it, apply it against the database, use Unix. Okay, knowing that the industrial park will be watched by the son's henchmen, you decide to sneak in undercover. You dress up as a pizza deliveryman and bring a pizza to the location. The men tried to stop you, but one taste of your disappointment in the quality of their taste in food, and they let you through. You spent 6 years as a Pizza Hut delivery agent. You know all the tricks. You always get your tip. It serves you well, and you infiltrate the industrial park. There, you quickly realize the Sun has established a criminal operation for the crime of harming the environment. Okay, that's cute. That's not what I mean. I want you to do crimes. Doing crimes. Yeah, using the park to do crimes of... Let's try that. Rephrase it a little. Yeah, okay. Using the park to do crimes of all shapes and sizes. Looking through the park, you see a couple of warehouses that might interest you. Hoping you might find something, you head towards the Farsight building. Okay, I really want it to tell me something, so I'm going to do top 10 crimes performed by the Sun's secret criminal organization. Number 10. Organizing an illegal fight club that uses mutants and bug stomps. You gotta stomp bugs and get a high score. But it's illegal, so bear that in mind. Running protection rackets in several poor neighborhoods. Smuggling exotic animals into the city for gambling games. Smuggling guns from isolated areas into the city center. These are just normal crimes, unfortunately. Oh, this is good. Okay, so smuggling illegal drugs, everybody does that, but here's one. Smuggling penguins into the city, training them to roll dice and bet on dogfights. Hosting underground sex games for the elite, using local college girls as prostitutes. Spreading the virus in several hospitals and medical centers. You know what? I'm going to retry on that. I don't want to say that out loud. Emptying the local morgue of all corpses to be used for parts and body stealing. Stealing classified information, magic secrets, and technology experiments to rewrite history. You explore the Farsight building and realize that the Sun is using the device behind the emergency access wall, the solar device, to turn back time. The Sun must be tending to reverse the heat death of the universe. The star has a heat death of its own. Its own mortality. And burn forever. Rather than die and turn into a shitty black chunk, a shitty chunk of mineral deposits. In doing so, the Earth will never have existed. But that's a sacrifice the Sun is willing to make. Unfortunately, you don't have the key, but you do have the cistern from the welding tank. What if you use that as a lock? Would it still work? That doesn't make any sense. Oh, wait. You burn down the building down using your flamethrower and clear out before the fire department arrives. You perform a victory dance outside, surviving yet another one of the Sun's assassination attempts. But you still need to secure the solar device. You disguise yourself as a firefighter and sneak in under cover of mayhem and general explosions. Okay. Too quick. You reach the solar device and confirm your fears. Someone has created a temporal disturbance. You need to shut it down before it becomes a black hole and tears apart the very fabric of reality. On top of that, your Shitinderdate is here, and a in a sexy suit, commanding the operation. You'll have to face her and defeat her if you want to secure the device. You pick through your weapons, select a... Oh, my story dice are over there. I'm going to have to come up with this one on my own. Select a miniature poodle and reveal yourself in front of the emergency access wall. You know what? Try that again. Try that again. Oop. Go back. You nearly step on a dead body. Fancy seeing you here, Jennifer. You're more of a damsel in distress than I thought. Jennifer, your Shatinder date, and the sun's mistress, sneers and brandishes a large Rottweiler. I wear many shoes, she says. And these shoes are made for stepping all over you. She's interrupted by the captain of the fire department, who barges in through the emergency access door. Okay, everybody out now. This building is... He notices you and backs away nervously. You take advantage of the distraction to throw your combat poodle at Jennifer and rush in, tackling her to the ground. Her suit is partially armored, but she was holding a puppy, and your squatting atop of her offers you a considerable size advantage. Hurrying along, the fire chief urges you all to leave. You both ignore the fire chief, as you are busy fighting in the middle of a burning industrial park for maximum dramatic effect. Join me, you offer Jennifer. Help me defeat the sun, and you can have all the tattoos you want. I'll rip them off your back and wear them as trophies, Jennifer promises as she jams a knee into your groin. Luckily, you were wearing the Catoblepes' kneecap as a codpiece and deflect the cruel attack. You attempt to smother Jennifer in poodle fur. Jennifer attempts to gouge out your eyes. The poodles, while not actively engaged in the conflict, do their level best to help by peeing all over everything, which honestly tracks with how useful poodles generally are, in my oh-so-humble opinion. Jennifer gets the upper hand and pushes the Rottweiler into your face. Time is running out. You reach for your secret... do I want secret weapon or do I want, like, secrets? Failsafe device. And... ... pull out a comb. With a flick of a switch, the teeth rapidly expand and prick Jennifer's eyes. Jennifer reels back, screaming and clutching her eyes. That really stings, she howls. She backs into the flames and disappears. Her death... you don't see what happens to her. She might have made it out alive. but your attention is on the emergency access wall. You access the emergency access. And finally, have your hands on the solar device. It has a timer counting down from 10. But which one is the detonator? You wonder aloud. You flip open the panel and find hundreds of identical-looking detonators. Perhaps you should have been more thorough in your reconnaissance. Thinking quickly, you pick up a poodle and yell at it until it pees over all of the detonators in abject terror. What do I yell at it? It's just kind of generic yelling. Then you pull out your laser scalpel and execute the poodle, which seems harsh, but it was an enemy poodle after all. You are now weaponless and naked. Maybe. The fire is spread all around you, but you pay it no heed. You pull the solar device out of the wall and rush for the exit. You run through the wall and find yourself engulfed in flames. Fortunately, you have the solar device with you and are saved by its presence, somehow. Leaving the burning building, you commandeer a hatchback and drive away from the industrial park. Now that you have the solar device, you need to take it above the clouds to get an uninterrupted line of sight to the sun. There's only one mountain in Shitavera. Mount Ugg, and you start climbing it immediately. Of course, you have to dodge dozens of fighter planes and helicopters, not to mention the nosy press. The press is questioning you about several crimes in your past that you were absolutely cleared of on all charges, as long as nobody actually checks. You realize the Sun owns the mainstream media, and is distorting your image so as to make you look dumb on social media. Your resolve to destroy the Sun strengthens. Destroy, defeat. Takes 3 days of driving, but you make it to the top of Mount Ugg and begin to set up the solar device for a shot at the sun. You're going to have only one shot at this. If you don't succeed, the sun will give you a nasty sunburn, and then you might as well give up. You plug in the coordinates of the sun and anchor it firmly. Before realizing someone is approaching. It's the sun itself, descended from the sky and clapping slowly. Hello, Mr. Turn. I'm going to say Mr. Moon here. I'm going to roll that back. Hello, Mr. Moon. Or should I say detective? You're actually even smarter than I thought. Nuts to you! You pat the solar device. This bad boy can defeat so many suns. You've lost, son. Not quite yet, the sun says. I have one more card to play, a final ace in the hole. That's you. You're my last card. What? Dun dun dun. You're a card-carrying member of the Sun. It was your idea to find me, and your skills as a detective that uncovered my weakness. You're a hero. I'm a hero. Of course you're a hero. You're here to defeat the Sun. What could be more heroic than that? But the Sun seems strangely confident, like it wants you to succeed. Succeed. Great. Okay. Like it needs you to succeed. Why would the Sun need you to succeed? How can a ball of flames need anything? You recover from your confusion enough to shoot the Sun. Do you know, Mr. Moon, how the moon can be seen at night? It's because the moon glows. It's because of moonlight. No, Mr. Moon. It's because of sunlight. Moonlight is only sunlight reflecting off the moon. You gasp in horror. That's right, Mr. Moon. I am the reflection of the sun. Okay, it's confused. Let's try it again. That's right, Mr. Moon. That's why it's so dangerous to fuck with the sun. The sun says, if you lose control, you'll never be able to stop me. If I die, the sun adds, you die. We exist together. Join me. Abandon your foolish quest, and we can rule this world as star and satellites. If you lose control, yeah, that's just random. Is this true? Am I being tricked? You think to yourself, but you're distracted by the searing pain of the sun's rays on your face. Oh, I'll join you soon enough. I'll join you in hell. You trigger the solar device. The Earth shakes as a large portion of the sun is ripped out by the device. You fall to the ground, gibbering and insane. So you've chosen the path of solar side, muses the sun. Cosmic ichor dripping from the gaping wound in its chest. How delightful. The sun sets on Earth for the very last time that day. Days pass, and the world cools. Soon, the Earth is a lifeless ball of burnt skin and bones. Even the hardiest bacteria are wiped out by the deadly combination of searing heat during the day and absolute frigid cold at night. It becomes the ultimate murder weapon for serial killers of worlds. The sun, despite its gaping wound, will survive for another billion years as a red giant. Fuck. You curse aloud from your life support capsule. All that, and I still didn't defeat the sun. I just destroyed the world. At least the Earth will be colder than ever now. End of line. Conclusion: the sun is a bitch. and an important lesson was learned about trusting extraterrestrial life forms. Top 10 untrustworthy you know what? Top 10 extraterrestrial lies. So sadly, I challenged the sun. I did not win. I got my licks in, but it wasn't enough. The sun is supreme. Number 10. The flatheads on Mars are a peaceful civilization of furries. The sun is nothing to worry about. You'll be dead long before it goes supernova. Your planet isn't warming. It's actually getting colder. Lies! Water-breathing aliens don't exist in our oceans. We have no intentions on enslaving humanity. The moon landings never really took place, you know? Sugar-free Dr. Pepper is no less sweet than regular Dr. Pepper. Intelligent life does not exist elsewhere in the universe. Shrimp isn't really that bad when it's cooked right. And the number one extraterrestrial lie, oh, it even said that, the sun will never launch a large-scale attack on Earth. The number one lie of the solar system proves you were right. It's too bad you weren't able to pull it off. Or are you? You remember that the solar device is also a time travel machine. After months of experimentation, you set it up and time travel back to the moments on the mountain just before the solar device was triggered. When you and the sun faced each other for the first and last time. Take this, you son of a bitch! You cry, driving your burning fist through the sun's Ghibli-filled chest. You punch the sun repeatedly, using your newly developed opal knuckles. And rip its fusion heart out, holding it aloft with a victorious cry. The sun dies soon afterwards. You turn to the awestruck witnesses and say, "The sun will never rise again on the earth. Thank you for destroying the world. It's the least you could do." The world dies again. Endless heat and cold and all bacteria is dead and everything still happens. But this time, the sun doesn't survive. Not as a red giant, and not as anything else. The sun is fucking dead. You win. The end. Or is it? It's not over, says Harvey. You've killed the sun. You've unleashed something much worse. A dimensional horror. What? And the credits roll. And the credits roll. To be continued? No, it won't be continued. Yeah, I bet the AI doesn't know what to say. And there it is. I challenged and defeated the sun, took 2 attempts, and shrimp isn't that bad when it's cooked right. I like shrimp. So that's another lie from those devious sun lickers. All right. That was what I had in mind. So now I have to come up with something new. And let's see here. I'm going to grab my dice. One moment. Here we go. So far, so good. Looks like FaceRig is absolutely picking up my face better. Still don't have direct light, but it is on the floor, so it's making its way over. Maybe I'll just do a straight prompt. Excuse me. Fantasy, what do we got here? Noble, princess, knight, wizard, witch, rangers. I've done peasant and I've done knight. Wizard is a bit dangerous because you can just say cast spell and it'll work. And since we just did something that was clearly silly, I want to kind of play it a bit straighter this time. And what else we got? Mystery, patient, detective, spy. We also kind of did mystery there. There's no horror. Is that an archive? Where's horror? Is that literally only in multiplayer? That's fucked up. Oh, really? Well, let's give this a shot. Alright, so, Fantasy Wizard. What is my name? What is my Fantasy Wizard name? Wizard hat and... Holy shit. Okay, so I have Rory's story dice here. Instead, they're D6s, but instead of having numbers on the side or, pips or whatever, they have little pictures, little icons. It's like gameicons.net. So, this one I'm looking at has a fountain on one side, a star on another, a key on one side. It's usually good for... It's usually good for, a quick jolt of inspiration. Like, I rolled a helmet the other time, and so I decided my name was Helmet. I rolled it, and it has a picture of a die. It has a picture of a D6 with pips on it. Thank you a fucking lot, Rory's Story Dice. That's really helpful. Pips. I don't want to do pips because of Followed Equestria. Don't ask. But... D6. D6. My name is D6. Oh, right. I'm going to need a new picture. Wizard Tower. That's Minecraft. On the other hand, if it's a good picture, then who the fuck cares? Oh, no, that's not going to work. I don't know if it's just me, but when I go to images.google, it keeps just going to a blank screen. Something has been messed up for weeks on that. So I actually keep, and I hate to say this, I keep using Bing to search for images because it doesn't break. So what am I going to do? Let's see. Oh, no, that's... I mean, technically there is a tower in that picture, but there's also a bunch of other shit going on. Nice and clean. Yeah, hell with it. This'll work. Okay, so over here. Wallpaper. 1920, 1080. Reset transformation. Unlock it so I can reset transformation. There we go. Lock that again. And now, music. Fantasy. Sufficiently... I don't even know what these games really are. But it's got the word tower in it, so... play that shit. You are D6, a wizard. Oh, one more thing. I need the title. A wizard living in the Kingdom of Larian. You have a staff and a spellbook. You finish your long journey and finally arrive at the rune you've been looking for. You have come here searching for a mystical spellbook of great power called the Book of Essence. You look around and see only pieces of burned books. Last time you were here, this place was in absolutely nothing but a floor littered with burned books. So it hasn't changed much. Oh, really? Google.com? IMGHP. I mean, it looks the same, but let me search for Wizard Tower in both of those, and let's see how it behaves. Yeah, it's just going to the same tool. Both pages work, but... Alright. The place, as always, the place fills you with regrets. So much knowledge lost to time. But this time, you have prepared for this. You have prepared to restore what was lost. You cast a spell. You cast the spell you've practiced. Repair ruins. Slowly, you watch as the pieces of books around you begin reassembling and becoming whole books. They probably hold more knowledge than was present in them last time you were here. How does that work? You make camp by the ruins. The ritual will take a long time to complete, as the ruins are quite extensive. You settle in. A week passes, and you are surrounded by a vast floor of books such as only the greatest libraries have held. You sense that the library will be complete once more. But restoring the ruins has also restored the guardians of the library. You discover you are no longer able to approach, as large golems now patrol the area. Fortunately, you prepared... Oh, you will have to fight them to gain entrance. Fortunately, you prepared for this contingency too. You go through a long incantation and prepare to raise a great mass of dead to destroy the golems. You're the good guy, right? Yeah. You raise a great mass of dead and send them into battle against the golems. The ensuing fights last to a great massacre. Last to what? The ensuing fights result in a great massacre. Bodies litter the ground, and soon you have raised them all, plus some. Finally, the battle is won. You retrieve the books from the library, fill many carts, and take them home. You have succeeded in your quest. You've also acquired a great new power, the ability to raise hordes of undead. Time to go home and prepare for the next quest. Arriving in your hometown, you go to the guild and endure the process of surrendering all the power you've acquired during your quest. You are now a student again, with only simple cantrips available to you. You can no longer raise hordes of undead. This is a requirement of the guild to prevent casters from absolutely stunting on non-casters. You need to level the playing field, as they say. Still, you've acquired much knowledge and power. You feel confident that you'll be ready for your next quest in a year's time. After resting, after some R&R, you go back to the guild and check the message board to find out what new quests are available. There's a quest looking for a herald. A princess from the kingdom of Thallon, a faraway land, is wanting to find gallant adventurers to go on a quest to another kingdom to find something or someone. You do like a good princess. You accept this quest. And let's see, is one to find quest. So I guess we have to travel to the kingdom and step through the portal to the kingdom of Thallon. You've never been to Thallon before and don't know what to expect. You hope the princess is young, pretty, and of course, willing to fall in love with you. You arrive at a great stone castle. This is where the princess lives. The castle is surrounded by... could be people, could be town, could be animals, who the hell knows. Formal gardens and a stone wall. The gate to the castle is kept by 2 guards wearing chainmail armor and holding lawn pikes. They salute as you approach. You, salute back. Hail, fine guards. I come seeking an audience with the princess. She asks for an escort, and I am here to protect her on her mission. On her quest. The guards consider this for a moment before one heads inside. You wait patiently, admiring the view. Soon, one of the princess's advisors appears. You are the hero my lady sent for. You straighten your back and try to look majestic, like a wizard should. I am the hero your lady sent for. The advisor looks you over before speaking again. My lady has spoken highly of you. We've been looking forward to this day for some time now. He turns and opens the castle doors. You enter the tower, the Great Stone Castle, and proceed and follow the advisor to the meeting room? Antechamber. Usually a safe bet. Waiting there for the princess to arrive. You look around and notice that Thallon likes to make statues of itself a lot. The whole antechamber is full of statues of people doing extremely mundane things. I really hope the rest of the castle is more interesting than these statues suggest. You wonder if the princess is bored of this, and that's why she wants to go on an adventure to see something that isn't mundane. All these statues suggest the opposite. The populace here finds the mundane truly fascinating for some reason. Maybe they find joy and wonder at even the most boring or trivial things in life. It sounds interesting? No, wait. It sounds the opposite of interesting. The good news is you won't be here long, as the escort mission will take you and the princess to some other land entirely. You hear footsteps, and the princess enters the antechamber. She looks regal, more so than in all the portraits you've seen of her. You also notice her well-endowed figure. Your wizard insight reveals that she's padding her bra with frogs. At least that's what your subconscious made the sound. Quip not found. Okay? She notices you and gives a curtsy. You are the great and mighty wizard? I am, your highness. You bow to the princess. I come to answer your call. I will protect you on your adventure. I'm happy to hear it. Thank you. The princess approaches, and you make plans on how to begin this journey. Once your plans are made, you begin your trip. After reviewing her travel itinerary, you ask the princess if she doesn't want any other heroes to accompany you, just so you have a good spread of abilities. She tells you no, so you discontinue the topic. You two leave the castle and begin your trip to the small village. Your first stop is the neighboring land of Nedila. It is a republic and quite liberal. Actually, almost anything goes there. Almost any type of sexual practices are accepted. Shapeshifters can roam around without a problem. Or even holding hands. You explain the local practices to the princess and advise her she may be shocked at the holding of hands and other perversions found in Nadila. She doesn't seem bothered by it, and seems pretty happy, actually. After all, she has been sheltered most of her life. She's curious about the freedoms of the place. You then continue your trip. What are you going to do when we reach Nadila? You ask the princess. Like, what is an actual goal here? Right now we're just traveling. I plan to find a handsome man, accept his invitation to go to his place, and engage in acts of physical intimacy, she replies. You grow concerned. You know her brothers. Your Highness, you reply with concern. I don't want to use the same word again, but misgivings, I suppose. Can't you do that at home? No, I can't, she snaps, and I never get to leave this accursed castle. The king and queen won't let me. They're so paranoid. You realize you are not here to protect her from monsters. You are here to protect her from suitors. You are a magical chaperone. But you really don't care if she takes suitors, as long as she doesn't try to keep them. Okay. Okay. So, how are you going to find a handsome man? I don't know. That's why I wanted to go to Nadila. There's lots of foreigners there. I want a man from another land, a land far away from here, a place of adventure. Nadila is literally right next door to you. You point out. It's not exactly far away. I know that! You make your way to the border. You aren't worried about any bandits or anything like that, since the king has made sure you have an army-sized escorts? Thankfully, the army is staying well away from you. But there's still a huge ring of knights and paladins, a day's march in any direction. There are no bandits or monsters anywhere nearby. It's ludicrously safe. With that said, the border is controlled by Nadilans, and you still have to work with that. You submit. You greet Border Control and introduce them to the princess. They're very glad to meet her, possibly even more glad than they were of you. We have heard of your beauty, they compliment. It is everything a princess should be and more. You glance at the princess, hoping this doesn't lead to an instant crush on the Nadelan border guards. Thankfully, she just smiles at their compliments. She doesn't give any indication if she's planning on swooning them. You mean wooning or swoon? Okay, that's, yeah, whatever. You breathe a sigh of relief and turn to the captain. You submit your papers and pass through the checkpoints without any trouble. It's good to be royalty. Congratulations, Your Highness, you say to the princess. You are officially in a foreign land. Okay, so what do I do now? You explain that she can do whatever she wants. She seems quite happy at the prospect of being free and independent for once. The first town past the border is a small frontier outpost. There are traders, mercenaries, and travelers from all directions here. It's a very cosmopolitan place. The princess must be fascinated by the strange sights and sounds. Mercenaries loudly boast of the thrills and dangers of their jobs. Traders quietly haggle over prices in a cluttered bazaar. Wrongly imprisoned nobles whine about their detainments. Do you see any handsome men? You ask the princess with a hint of sarcasm. You see any handsome men? Shh! I'm trying to listen, she says with sternness that could rival that of a disgruntled librarian. Decide to wander off and entertain yourself. Not too far, as you are here to protect the princess from herself. But you look around the bazaar in search of any magical items they may not realize are valuable. This is a pretty remote place, so you expect to find some good stuff. You find a few minor trinkets, nothing of much value. Later, you head to the pub to cool off, or warm up, whatever is necessary. You rejoin the princess and steer her towards the pub, warning her not to drink too much. You do not have an anti-hangover spell. You do not even know such a thing exists. As you enter, a man slams his fist into a wooden post. He misses and falls face first into the floor. Watch yourself, Your Highness, you warn the princess. Sometimes people get rough in taverns. They drink alcohol here. You know? Uh-huh, says the princess, obviously not taking you seriously. You watch as she approaches the violent man and kicks him right in the head, knocking him out. You stare in shock. What the hell just happened? Did the princess just kick a man? You stand in awe as she quickly apologizes to you. Taking her to a private table, you order food and light drinks, trying to make sense of what you just witnessed. The princess shouldn't be capable of kicking a man unconscious. She shouldn't be capable of climbing a ladder. She's a princess. She never works. How did you never notice this latent talent before? That was weird, she says after her drinks. I've never done that before. Have you ever had any strange dreams? You ask the princess. She looks at you and ponders for a moment. No, but I like to sleep, she says. Why? What's all this about? Nothing, you say. You wondered if maybe she'd dreamed of something that would be an omen. But apparently, she's the non-dreaming kind of princess. You'll have to take some other approach. Have you ever kicked someone before? Or thrown them through a window? By accident? She thinks about it and then shakes her head. You sigh and apologize for the questions. Okay, there's no marriage. As far as you know, I haven't asked yet. You'll have to investigate this further some other time. So, is there a lucky prince waiting for you back home? You remember, she's here to get laid by handsome men and wonder if the prince would really be lucky. He's not a prince, he's a jerk. Everyone says so. His name is Prince Brant. You make some agreeable sound and order her another drink. What makes Prince Brant a jerk? Top 10 jerkish acts of Prince Brant. You ask, genuinely curious. I don't know. I guess he treats people badly. Isn't that part of being royalty? You get to treat people badly. And eat good food and live in castles. She stares at you and slowly shakes her head from side to side. You do realize I let you live in a castle, right? Dude, Your Highness, I live in a straw hut in a village. You inform her. She gets a wicked grin. Do you? Well then, I shall lodge you in the palace proper, among fellow aristocrats and royalty. How does that sound? You smile kindly at her. It sounds terrible. No, thank you. Oh, for fuck's sakes, really? Oh, wow. Alright, so. I think I need to go to the actual Twitch command center in order to do this. It's like last time I wasn't really able to... Oh, the actual... to mute you. Mute me. Alright, so I go here. Mute me. Alright, so I go here. Mute me. Alright, so I go here. Mute me. Alright, so... Right. As I was saying. Channel. No? Dashboard? Community. You think it would be easy to ban people? Roles manager? No, 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 not this, not this. Settings, moderation. Here we go, I think. Moderation, ban chatters, view and modify, add a you. Okay, here we go, here we go. You are fucked. You are out of here. Oh, really? This user is suspended or does not exist? So, how did it just post? Unless they literally just changed their name after posting, which is entirely sort of thing that could happen. 6H Reinhold 19. Oh, trimmed. Okay, there was a space before it. Okay, got it. Alright, so, messages are eliminated, users banned, on with the show. And it's under the dashboard, it's under settings moderation. Why do I not have a, let's just right-click option, whatever. Do you like having poor people around you, she asks. Do they make you feel better about yourself? That's an interesting question. You and the princess stare at each other. Tell me. I like living within my means. I don't have a treasure room, you remind the princess. I have to tithe to the guild and remit my treasures to the kingdom. In return, I get not stabbed at night. And? Are you a miser with no pleasures except snug financial security? I've got pie. She sighs. I like pie, you advise the princess, and eat a forkful of pie. Simple man with simple pleasures, who happens to be a wizard. It's a nice pie, sweet and blueberry with just a hint of lemon. That sounds weird, the princess says. I think you're full of shit. Tell me the real reason. You blink and stare at the princess. That's not princess language. Something is definitely strange with her. Strange. Still, you have to Still, you have to abide by the fourth wall occasionally. I'm a miser. I knew it, she says. Why? I acquired money once when I was younger. It's a flashback of some kind. You explain how your father left you the inn, and then everyone in the kingdom of Norvasp started embezzling money and moving into your inn. You get embezzlees? The princess asks. That's what happens when you get money. You sigh. You get embezzled. You get embezzled. The princess looks side to side. I could embezzle money. Don't you have people who do that for you? She sniffs indignantly. That's a line I would say. I love it. You order... No, I mean, if I'm eating pie, we're already on to desserts. Having finished your meal, you secure the finest room in the inn for the princess. And ask if she's found any handsome men yet for her first dalliance. I am not hitting on her. I'm asking her if she's found anybody else. What do you think? She asks. You exit the princess's room and head up to your own. Once in your room, you light a fire and pull out some paper and writing utensils. You write up a journal entry describing the day's events. You'll submit it to the guild after the adventure is over. Although so far, it seems less of an adventure and more of a daddy issues road trip. Hopefully, she'll... what do I say? Maybe Prince Brant needs to have some chivalry lessons. You wonder if it's too late to switch adventurers. But you settle into your bed and wonder what tomorrow will bring. Never really adventured with a princess before. This should be an interesting experience. So not a lot of spellcasting going on so far, but we'll see if things spice up a bit. You wake to shouts from downstairs and descend to the inn, to the what is it, the drinking room? Descend to find, and head down to find out what's causing the commotion. A guard has arrived in the middle of the night and is looking for the princess. What do you want? You call out to the guard, reaching the main floor. I am a wizard, and I am protecting the princess. Anything you have to say to her, you can say to me. To emphasize your point, channel a little extra power into your hands. Where is the princess? The guard asks. What do you want? You repeat emphatically. The princess is missing. You furrow your eyebrows and scratch your head. So you're here to see if she's with me? The guard is taken aback. Yes? You take the guard upstairs and peek into, and knock on the princess's door. Your Highness? You call into the room. Are you decent? After a few minutes of silence, you open the door and peek in. The room is a disaster, with clothes strewn everywhere, but the princess herself is not to be found. Her bed is empty. Fuck my uncle. You curse and cast... Find Escorts. One of the most basic spells known to adventurers who take on escort missions. I'm not sure that's... oh shit. Half of that was true. Oh, what was that? Can I... I don't think I can get it back. Damn it. Alright. A ghostly, translucent image of the princess manifests above her bed. Her body is still here. She hasn't gone far. No, that's not right. A glowing red thread appears, leading out the window, up to the roof, and then off into the distance. She's just gone to the potty. You lie to the guard. Why don't you go downstairs and have a drink? I'm sure she'll join you shortly. The guard isn't convinced, but the thought that the princess has to go to the potty is enough of an explanation for him. He heads down to the bar, and you prepare yourself for pursuit. You hop out of the inn's back window, and follow the glowing red thread. What the hell is the princess doing? How did she even get up onto the roof? That's a hanging arm incline, to say the least. She must be using some sort of wizard magic to make her heavier or something. Okay, I'm just going to kind of ignore that one. The thread leads you into the forest and then towards a large oak tree. You approach the large oak tree with misgivings. Your Highness, you call out. There is no response, but you hear the patter of little feet in the forest nearby. You turn to look, but whatever made the noise has already fled. You can still hear faint giggling, though. You give chase. Trotting through the underbrush, and cursing as brambles snatch at your wizard robes. Your Highness, knock it off! You complain. The giggling stops, and the faint trail of the red thread you've been following disappears. Great. You cast Light, summoning a small orb of light in your hands and tossing it up in the air to reveal your surroundings. The woods are old and sprawling. The trees tower over you and block out the sky. To what end the forest was magical, you never learned. You search for the princess, or signs of the princess. What's gotten into her? You swear you only just got her back and she's running off again. Okay, no, this is all bullshit. Try it again. She's running wild through the forest, but there's no signs of her actually being here. It's as if she just enters an area and disappears. There's a red sparkle from the corner of your eye. You wheel around and dive through the underbrush, thrive through the bushes, trying to snatch up the source of the red sparkle. Your fingers close around a small crystal pendant and you pull upward. The princess is pulled upward as well, although she doesn't exactly go quietly. Let me go, Let me go, I'm casting a spell! You haul the princess out of the bushes and struggle to remove the crystal pendant from her neck. You don't cast spells! You growl. Not growl. You protest. You're a princess! Our wizard friend is, not woke. The pendant comes free and I'm just going to... And you jam it into a pocket. The princess glares at you. Okay, tell me what is going on for real, you order. The guards are looking for you. You kick a guy in the head. You cuss like a sailor. And now you're trying to cast spells? Are you actually the princess? Or are you some kind of trickster spirit replacing the princess? I'm not a trickster, the princess says angrily. Come on, give me something more. She's quiet for a moment. At least, I don't think I am. How do you know I'm not the princess? Princesses are demure, quiet, and obedient. They have 10 strength. Okay. They have average strength for a noble. And are soft-spoken due to years of... how do I want to put this? Years of not encountering anything outside their silver tower and royal bubble. You're not acting that way. Maybe I'm not a proper princess, she says defiantly. Maybe I'm a rebel princess. I'm not authorized by the guild to do adventures with rebel princesses. You snort. They wouldn't have given me this quest. Then tell them you captured me and I'm a princess rebel, she says. Why are you doing this? She breaks eye contact and stares at the dirt. I'm bored. That's it? You say in disbelief. Boredom? What, is that not a good enough reason? She asks. I don't... How can you answer that honestly and still stay in character? Look, Yusai. Let's just go back to town and get back on track. You can still be a proper princess and seek out handsome men if you like. I'm not going to stop you. But if you want to be a full-on rebel princess, that's going to get me in a lot of trouble, and it might get you killed. You understand? We need to tone it down. I suppose, she says. Can I still at least wear this pendant? You pull out the crystal pendant from your pocket. What's up with it anyway? You cast Identify. You know what? You cast Eyeball Pendant on the pendant. It doesn't turn into an eyeball. The pendant glows red and shows nothing but you staring back at yourself. Why are there no magical powers to see distant places or anything like that? That's exactly what it does. The princess snatches the pendant from your hand and puts it on again. That's why I know there are handsome men to be met. I've seen them in the crystal. You have concerns, to say the least. But at least she's not running away from you. Yeah, by the way, you ask, how did you get onto the roof of the tavern? How did you get onto the roof of the tavern? Okay, that's not an answer. Try it again. I used a rope, the princess deadpans. What'd you think, that I flew up there? Well, I thought maybe you had. You shake your head and turn to leave. Back in town, you show the princess to the guard to prove she's safe, and ask him why he thought she was missing. Didn't think she was missing per se, he says, but I sure thought it would be good to have an extra pair of eyes looking for the assailant. Didn't expect them to be hers, though. You're wasting our time, you advise the guard. Go home. But the monster is out there, he protests, and your guardswoman is missing. Wait. What monster? You ask. And what guardswoman, but I don't think I have. The madman on the roof. The one that's been attacking people and swearing he's a wizard. I'll keep an eye out for this madman. You promise. Wondering why the army of soldiers didn't deal with it. Though, if the madman's a wizard, can any soldier truly deal with a wizard? Yeah, you didn't think so. Wizards are awesome. You head back to the princess, who gives you a big hug just as you reach her. Don't worry, I'll keep you safe. You wonder what the hell she meant by that. In the meantime, you get back on the road and continue your journey, leaving the outpost town. So, did you meet your handsome suitor last night? You ask the princess. Or were you just climbing roofs and causing trouble all night? She rubs the back of her head. Here's the thing. I didn't meet him, but I did find someone on an errand. What do you mean? But she's not as talkative today. You'll have to wait for her to open up. As you journey through the plains towards the next town on your list, the princess looks around herself with awe. I've never been outside the city walls. It's different. It's different. Yeah, welcome to the world of highway robbery and monsters, you say. She looks at you in disbelief. You do know about the highway robbery and monsters, right? You probe. Yes, but I thought you'd protect me. Oh, trust me, the bandits we're going to face would just as soon slit my throat and look at me if I didn't have this. You wiggle your fingers and do a wizardy light show. But it won't come to that. You add, your kingdom's army is all around us and chasing away all the dangers. You're extremely safe right now. This is not... you're extremely safe right now. She perks up and nods. I believe you. Later on, you approach a group of bandits standing around the road. You're startled to see them, but quickly realize they're very clean for bandits. They don't look like desperados. These must be actors, hired to put on a show for the princess and behave like bandits. They form a line across the road, blocking passage, and call out a demand to pay up. 20 gold pieces or fight. You don't have this, and neither does the princess. My name is Inigo Montoya, and this is Princess Ciela? Okay. Get out of there. 20 gold pieces or fight. You don't have this, and neither does the princess. Somehow, you're pretty sure the princess has 20 gold pieces worth of property, and of course, real bandits would capture her and hold her for ransom, or sell her into slavery. Happy thoughts. But these are actors, and this is just a quick bit of entertainment for the princess's sake. "Begone!" you call out dramatically, and cast Summon Sparkles into the air for a quick light show. As you'd hoped, they're mesmerized. One of the sparkles flies into a nearby bush and causes a bird to take flight. "I am a mighty wizard, and you have provoked my wrath. Apologize to the princess, and get out of the way immediately." You demand. The princess claps in delight. The bandits are unimpressed. They advance with weapons drawn, and you realize that they're going to attack. You put on a quick show for the princess, swatting at the bandits with puffs of smoke and tiny thunderclaps. Not sure the dungeon is going to figure this out. It's all show, of course. Yeah. This part it didn't figure out. Yeah, I'm just going to feed it its line on this one. The bandits fall back in abject fear and bow before the princess, praising her beauty and begging for forgiveness. "Forgiven," the princess says before turning to you, "and thank you, mighty wizard." You nod and offer a short chastisement to the bandits before making the princess worry. You pass them, and they run out of sight. The princess, the king and queen of, the hell was its name? It's not, no, not Larian, it was the other one over. Talon. Talon must love their daughter to go the extra mile like this. You wonder why she's not on board with their plans for Prince Bunt, even if he is a jerk. Okay, no. Try it again. The princess turns around and looks at you. Do all wizards have such powers? Well, yes. That's what makes them wizards. If they didn't have the powers, they wouldn't be considered wizards. My father has soldiers, the princess says haughtily. My father has soldiers. Then she changes her tone to a whiny one. But I want to be a wizard when I grow up. No, you don't. You tell her. You want to be a princess. Being a wizard is a grungy peasant job. I am a peasant, the princess protests. You try not to laugh. Fortunately, she doesn't know any better, and you can explain without sounding prejudiced. As you travel towards the next town, you explain basic principles of feudal society, royalty, and the economy to the princess, and why she is not, in fact, a peasant. She is basically as far from being a peasant as it gets. Sup, Crabbo? She seems to get it, and you hope she's paying attention. You also explain some laws concerning property ownership a bit. She falls slightly behind as you're walking and staring at the ground in thoughts. Copper for your thoughts? You offer the princess. Every time I take a drink, the camera is perceiving the can as a wide open mouth. So it goes... Fun. How do you make gold coins? She curiously asks. You lighten up a bit. Personally, I don't. I think they're stamped out, I believe. They're stamped in the gnomish forges of the mountains. Then they're traded to dwarves for gold, which the gnomes stamp into more coins, and so on. The dwarves trade the coins for goods, or have them stolen by dragons, and so on and so forth. But it all starts with a forge and a coin press. Yeah, I'm trying not to be stupid crazy with this story. The previous story was stupid crazy. You watch as she places a stick in the corner of her mouth to look smarter. So the gnomes run the forge? You laugh. Yes, your highness. The gnomes run the gnomish forge. Don't worry about it. You advise. Everything you see is here because someone made it happen. Everything has an origin. She stares at you with a serious expression. Then tell me how this happened. She points to a leaf on the ground. What, the leaf falling off a tree? You say, but then you realize what she's gotten herself into. Philosophy. This is far beyond your pay grade. I'm a wizard, not a sage. I can only answer real questions with real answers. Fake answers, she pouts. You feel slightly sorry for her. Princess has too much free time on her hands if she's this interested in this. She lets out a deep breath. How do you catch a gnome? I don't know. She stares into the woods. You enter the next town. This one is a larger city. Enter the next community. City. Community. I don't know. This one is a larger city, with even more to see and do. Travelers from all nations arrive here and do business or rest up between adventures. When we entered this land, it was talking about how perverted everybody is, and I'm pretty sure it's forgotten that, and I've decided not to remind it. Okay. You've always marveled at it. How can such a beautiful city exist? At times, you feel as though you're in a fairy tale. It makes for a good place to take the princess. The last thing you want is to expose her to the grungy underbelly of the worlds. Here, she can see new stuff without being horrified, damaged, or traumatized. You look for food, and she looks for toys. You're with the princess, after all. Naturally, all this stuff in front of her is new and fascinating. Okay, you say after a while, I give up. There's a lot of what I would consider handsome men around us, and you're not going after any of them. What is your criteria for a handsome man? I'm dead certain it's going to try and hook us up, and I'm not going to do that. She taps a finger against her full lips. Try not to stare at them for too long. Well, he has to be tall, of course. Okay, good start. Toned, but not too muscly. Muscly guys are so aggressive. Dragon cues from her hair. What? The fuck? Dragon cues from her hair. I'm just going to remove that. You take a quick glance and notice that several males around us are watching. So, a handsome man is tall and toned, but not muscled. What about personality? Do you care about their personality? I mean, technically, if she's looking for a handsome man, that doesn't necessarily involve personality at all. Oh, geez. She lets out a haughty laugh. Personality? I wouldn't be caught dead talking to a peasant. Oh boy, you're in trouble. She definitely took the lessons in economics to heart. At least she's starting to act like a proper princess. So, you want a handsome, a tall, toned man with, of means. You continue. Not a peasant. A merchant, or a knight, or someone with a title. Right? Right, she says dreamily. My, she is getting it bad. It's never this bad in the stories when people have crushes. So okay. So I don't think there are a lot of people with titles around here, you point out. People with titles are usually in only a select few cities. Or they're running the place. If your adventure is about meeting handsome men, and your criteria for a handsome man is partly economic, we need to head to the capital. She chews on her lip. I want to go to the capital. That was easy. We'll go to the capital, Your Highness. We'll just have to rest here for the night and hire a carriage. Can't we just take a... What? No, that's not true. I want to take a carriage here. You're in no condition to walk all the way here. She should be safe here, especially with you around. Although, as a priest said, these crimes are perpetrated by men. Crimes? Well, you know what? I'm just going to let it pass. Fine. You get a room in an inn. Now that you know she only wants to be wooed by men with titles, you're not as worried. But last time you spent the night, she climbed out of the window, ran off into the forest, and tried to do magic. All of which is weird. And you're going to stay here this time? You ask. And I'm actually going to go to the bathroom. Yay! Yes, Father. I'm going to do this. That's sarcasm right there. Yes, Father, she nods. I don't want to get in the way of my own adventure. Adventure. You like the sound of that. Finally, a chance to do something adventurers do. Well, just last week, you raised an army of dead to conquer a library from the end of time from its golem guardians, but forget all that. Princess is having a thing here, and it's all formative. You can respect that. With the princess promising to stay in her room this time, you settle down in your room for the night. It is short and restless. You slept in worse places, but not many. The next morning you set off. It isn't long before you reach the road. It's an old, comfortable road. You've hired a carriage to take you both to the capital. The carriage is waiting for you, and you climb in. You hired the best, but it's still only the best available in that town, and probably not as good as what she's used to back home. Oh, wait, I didn't cut the thing over. Yerp. That's not true, so I'm going to do it. It's like, no, I didn't skimp out. It's not my money. The ride is fairly smooth. It's a long ride. The carriage... I'm being distracted by this exciting music with absolutely no exciting activity going on. It's actually the end of the album, so we're hearing the boss music or something. Alright, let's just go to the next one. Here we go. Anyway, ride is fairly smooth. It's a long ride. Carriage travels all through the next day and into the night before you stop to sleep. Wow, really? You don't actually see much on the way, as you mostly sleep. The princess is playing with her crystal pendants most of the time. You ask her what she's looking at in its magical facets. Oh, it's a map, she says. It shows places I've been and some I'd like to go. That's convenient. You wonder if they make something like that for grown-ups. Okay. Where would you like to go? You follow up. The clouds. I can usually see them on the horizon, but not today, she says sadly. You don't think it's a place you've been, but they're magical, so very possible there. The magical clouds. I guess in Larian, all clouds are magic. Otherwise, I mean, everybody's casting spells all the time, and I'm guessing that fucks with the weather, so somebody stepped up and is just providing magic clouds that are not actually bound by the principles of aerodynamics, thermodynamics, so on and so forth. Maybe you can go there well, no. As a proper princess, it's not right for you to go to the magical clouds. You should really relax and enjoy being the mistress of your own domain. You advise. You think it goes in one ear and out the other. She looks longingly at them anyway. This is going to be a long ride to the capital. Incidentally, if any young folks are watching this, everything I'm saying is full of shit. Be like the princess. Be like the princess. You sleep the whole night and into the next day. You wake up to find the carriage is stopped and look outside to see what's going on. Your heart sinks. It's a toll gate, but this is no ordinary toll. A woman is chained to the gates, and a brutish man collects coin from the people going in and out. This doesn't look like a paid actor scenario. They're for real. The army must not have been able to pull rank on this station. Telling the princess to stay in the carriage, you get out and approach the man. What is this? You ask. And indicates the chained woman. Who's she? He pushes you away and you stumble back. None your business. Great. Mouth on this guy. You could easily wipe the smug look off his face with a spell, but he's not worth it. Not sure about that. He might be worth it. How much is the toll? How much is the toll then? He holds out his hand for you to see. It's not answering the question. I don't want to just pay him. A single gold coin. Now that's what you call pocket change. You pull out your purse and count it out in your hand. You count out one coin. He counts it, then looks back at you. Who's this now? Just an escort. You reply offhandedly. Guild business. He holds out his hand. You shrug and give him the coin from your hand. For some reason, he pockets it without even checking you for bluffing or not. What a dumbass! You head back to the carriage and climb inside, telling the princess to stay down and out of sight. Hopefully, you can get through here without them realizing who she is. It's a big risk, but you have to try. She looks nervously out of the window and then back at you. You shake your head and put your finger to your lips. Don't say a word. The carriage slowly moves forward. Clop, clop, clop. You look out the other window and see if your escort is still visible. He isn't, which is good. Hopefully they don't wander in this direction. The carriage is almost past, when there's a cry from the chained-up woman. What now? You turn around and watch as... oh, fuck. And watch as a man dressed in a ragged shirt runs out, pulling a knife and stabbing the woman in the throat repeatedly. She falls backwards, and he stands over her body, kicking and screaming at her. You try to keep the princess from seeing, but she's already instinctively looking at the sounds. She gasps at the sight. The man under the hood flies into a frenzy and rushes over at the guards at the gate, who have finally realized what's going on. For some reason, they just look confused rather than concerned. "Do something," she whispers. "It's none of our business." You whisper back. So they just ripped off Star Wars for the soundtrack? Is that what it is? Okay. Try that again. Try that again. But he's going to... She buries her face in her hands as the gate man is stabbed repeatedly. Finally, another guard with a crossbow walks over and shoots him in the back. Okay, that's enough. You decide... and tell the footman, tell the carriage operator? What the hell do you call that? The man, guiding the carriage to put on some speed. It's time to get away from this massacre. The ride just gets more and more depressing. You see another family run over by horses, then a group of bandits covered in blood robbing the bodies. Another carriage crashes, setting off its cargo, which spills across the road. The hell is going on? The carriage... you stop the carriage at the first opportunity to ask just that same question. A small village that doesn't seem to have been overrun by chaos yet. Someone must know something. Unfortunately, it's worse than you thought. Two men are in the center of the village arguing. One is a guard, one is a carter, and between them lies a woman in a dress, clearly dead. You approach the pair with caution. Spell words at the tip of your tongue. Hail, you hail from a distance. I'm not here to interfere. I just want to ask a question. What is going on? Why is everyone up in arms? I don't know. It's like, what the hell is going on with everything? The two men stare at you. What do you want, wizard? The guard asks. I won't deny that you have the advantage. Now, will you answer my question? I'll just beat it. War, the guard grunts. War between... And now I need to find that name again. Dallin and then the next name, Nadila. Holy fucksticks. You have the Princess of Dallin in your carriage in the middle of Nadila. The Dallin army must have been routed or pulled away to battlefronts. This is a huge disaster. You return to the carriage and urgently tell the handler to get out of town. She can't go through it, however. Its troops on horseback block the road on either side. Shit, 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 she whispers. The guards give her no time. You push out of the window and shouts, "Make way! By royal demand." It works. They part, just enough for the carriage to slip through. From now on, you have no choice but trust to her insane claim. Hopefully, she can get you out of this foolishness. What? Try that again. The guards remain unmoved. In the distance, a man screams as he's dragged into the village square by his arms. Make way! You call out again. No, I am a mighty wizard. You call out. If you do not make way, I will be forced to use arcane measures, to use arcane might, and tear you asunder. A few of the riders approach, weapons drawn. They look you up and down, and finally talking to one another. You're framed by the window, their superior officer. The superior officer is looking in through the window. The superior officer, the officer makes eye contact with the princess. He blinks deliberately and darts his eyes down to the carriage. Get it? You get it. I don't get it. You rush outside, taking out your wand. With a flick of your wand, and I'm trying to think of a material real quick, and for some reason all that came to mind was brew stick, which I don't think is a thing. You cast fist on the officer's face. His nose bursts, splashing his armor with blood. He screams and falls off his horse, and one of the other riders tramples him while trying to flee. Hauling yourself onto the running board of the carriage, you yell at the handler to get you the hell out of here. You'll provide magical covering fire. It's a spell that punches somebody. She nods and snaps the reins. The horses scream into life, lashing out with hooves as soldiers try to topple them. You aimlessly blast spells over the side of the carriage. They're just fireworks, really. but they spook the soldiers' horses and help clear the path for your escape, rattling out of the village at dangerous speeds. Eventually, late into the night, you're out of immediate danger. Now what? Well, one good thing's come out of this. You can be reasonably sure the princess isn't an Adila spy. But that's about the only good thing that comes to mind. You make camp out of sight and converse with the princess in hushed tones. You explain to her that the adventure is over. She has to return to Thallon. She's in mortal danger. Why did you send my parents? Try it again. And she's furious. I'm not going back, she snaps, snatching her blankets away from you. I'm not going back. I'm not going back. Yeah, that's good emphasis. I'm not going back. You stare at her, awestruck by the defiance. People are dying, Your Highness. A lot of people are going to die. Why won't you go back? Because, she falters and your heart breaks a little. Because I made friends? She finishes. You didn't make friends. You cruelly inform her. You met a few people once and left. If you'd slept with them, you would not be in love. This is not a fairy tale, and you need to go back home now, so you're safe. I can protect you from bandits, but I can't protect you from war. When she falls to silence, you sigh and roll over. Time for sleep. You're going to be up in a few hours. You might as well sleep now when you need it. You wake to find her gone. You rise to your feet and quickly look around camp, but there's no trace of her. She's completely vanished. Fuck! You angrily curse, shouldering your pack. You cast Detect Escorts. You cast Find Escort. Again. Thankful that, at least, there aren't a lot of places she could have gone this time. She's moving northeast, away from the city. What does she think she's doing? You mutter, preparing to use your magic to follow in pursuit. You can't let herself get killed. The carriage is too slow and too confined. With a muttered apology to the handler, you cut the reins. You cut the horse free from the carriage and haul yourself aboard, casting Befriend Horse and riding it, northeast to catch up with the princess. You hop the fence and gallop into the open fields. You find her by a river, ankle deep in the water. She looks sad, but her makeup still makes her look gorgeous. Dismounting, you splash into the water after her. What the fuck is your problem? You ask her. She tilts her head, regarding you as if you were a strange insect. My lady, are you okay? You ask somewhat less abrasively. Your sharp words have brought her out of it. In any case, you need her to be thinking again. She almost smiles. Not really, she whispers, so quiet you can barely hear. I'm sorry, Your Highness. You tell her. I take no pleasure in any of this. I don't want to be here, and I don't want you to be here. I'm trying to protect you. I know you are. She looks down at the water. You remind me of him. Of who? You ask, confused. Balin. The name means nothing to you. Balin? You ask. Yep, okay, come on. He was my fiancé. That strange word again. Fiancé? You repeat. She smiles fondly at the memory. Before you were engaged to Prince Bunt? The princess laughs, a strange sound. You don't quite understand the concept of laughter. Well, I am a wizard. And a wizard who has had his power reduced repeatedly as a result of being in the guild, so that may have unintentional side effects. Oh no, that was cancelled after the attack. Cancelled? Why? Well, he was killed in the attack, silly. Well, he was killed in the attack, silly. You fall silent, unsure of what to say. Okay, it's possible Prince Bunt was indeed killed in this conflict. But how would she know? Did she see it in the crystal pendant? What have you been watching? You ask. That's nothing. Give me something. What? She asks. You were looking in that pendant earlier. What were you looking at? You said you were looking for Prince Bunt. No, she didn't, but I'll let it pass. She smiles softly. Yes, or rather, I was looking at what he was seeing. It's a communication crystal. All royals are given one when they turn 15. They're linked to the... Oh no! What? You say with rising alarm. You know, I'm going to back that up. Back that up. I was looking at what he was seeing. And you saw him die? No. There's a hint of sadness in her voice now. I was looking at him on the day we got engaged. He looked so happy that day. I would have been happy with him, you know? Her mood gets darker. I didn't realize the crystal could look backwards, could look at the past as well as the present. It must be a powerful artifact. But that's not important right now. I'm sorry. You say as gently as you can, but we need to move. Is it still safe back at the the seat of power. She blinks and puts on a brave face. Yes, it is. There's an insistence in her voice that tells you she's not going to entertain the possibility of there not being somewhere safe. Which means it might not be safe after all. But you have to get back inside Dallin borders regardless. You pull her back to the horse and help her up before hauling yourself behind her and cantering off. You have a long ride ahead towards the border. Less than 10 miles away from the field of battle, you enter Dallin territory. Looking back, you can see a column of dust arising from the field. There are pursuers following you. You use your magic to its utmost to improve the horse's speed and endurance, trying to outpace the pursuers and make it to the castle where the king and queen are waiting. It works. We made it past the border already. Okay. Near the end of the day, you manage to reach a town close to the border. You ride down the main street and people give you a wide berth. Word about your arrival must have spread. As much as you want to reach the safety of the castle, you're exhausted. You can't keep up the pace. You have to rest, the horse has to rest, and the princess has to rest. You find the inn and look inside to check for danger. Find it free of thugs and cutthroats, and with some weary nods from the innkeeper, you lead your horse inside and tie it up. You lead him right inside the inn. Fuck, why not? You take a room with the princess this time. It's not safe to leave her alone, even if it violates her privacy. There's too much at stake now. Your mind wanders to what you're going to tell the guild. You certainly haven't been keeping up your journal. And the standing orders of an escort mission don't cover this kind of thing. There aren't rules for this kind of thing. Okay, that's nothing. Try it again. How are they going to react? The princess catches you in a daze. Hey, she says. Shit, I hit retry. You know what? This is still good. But I'm going to hit restore, and I'm going to grab that. There isn't even precedent for this sort of thing. This is a first. You hope they know you're good for the money. How are they going to react? The princess catches you in a daze. Hey, she says, prodding your side. If you're tired, sleep. Don't space out. She removes her crown, I guess, her tiara, and places it by the bed, then winces as she motions to take off her jacket, her cloak. You wearily help the princess get herself into bed. So many layers. Yes, Your Highness. You manage to smile before lying down. I'm tired. I'll be glad when this is over. As will I, trust me, she replies, closing her eyes. You lay there staring at the ceiling. So much happened today that your mind can't comprehend it all just yet. Thankfully, there is a spell for this. You cast Sleep, and you go to sleep. Not the level 1 sleep spell, just a cantrip. It only works on yourself. Not sure we need... you know what, fine. You find yourself sitting at a table by a roaring hearth. All your friends surround you. A grand feast of roasted boar, tankards of ale, and other delicacies are laid before you. You live in a castle, in luxury and contentment. You don't need to worry about money. You don't need to worry about anything. You're above that. Your life is pleasure and relaxation and playing with magic to your heart's content. It's perfect. You don't want to leave. Well, of course you don't, a booming voice calls to you from the corner. You need to stay here with me for all of eternity. You look at the voice and see... a man in a... Okay. Yeah. See someone you know quite well. It's the Fool, dressed in a silken silver coat with strips of red and purple fabric hanging from his sleeves. His hat has grown to absurd proportions, now too large to even be contained by the tent. The Guild Fool is a prestigious position, despite how it might sound. He capers amidst the merchants, amidst the makers and shakers of the world's industries. And now he's here. Why is he here? Why are you here? Where am I? You ask him. The tent city, of course, he answers. All good players stay with me here a while. You like it here, yes? You like how I welcome you, yes? Where is... Yeah, I'll just go for it. Where's the princess, though? You mumble. You were escorting her, right? Or was that another life ago? So many thoughts buzzing around your head. The Fool's eyes turn cold, and he says nothing, although his mouth gapes and his cheeks puff. Where is she, Fool? You ask again, sitting up. Gone. Lost. Dead, he answers. Why? You ask. The Fool shrugs, and now there are tears in his eyes? No, that doesn't make sense. I was just with her. She can't be gone. You shake your head, trying to wake yourself up from this dream, this nightmare. Your heart pounds, sending blood to your head. The Fool shakes his rattle of bells. A deafening sound. That thrums through the banquet hall. Stay, he demands. Stay here. I order you. I order you. I have to go. No! He shakes his head, holding the sides of his head as if it would stop his brain from rattling out. But it's too late. You've made your decision. You cast Wake Up, and you wake from the dream. In a start. You're a sweaty, shaking mess. You gasp for air as your legs kick out in front of you. You wake the princess as well and discover she was having the same dream. It wasn't exactly the same. More of a vision? You don't know what it means, but it can't be good. No. That's not true. Let's see. You have terrible visions around once every 2 weeks or so. Usually means something bad is going to happen. Are you okay? The princess asks. Man, that dream was intense. It's strange that she had a terrible vision at the exact same moment you did. But you're in no condition to explore that now. You both try to get a little more rest, and soon morning arrives. It's time to get back to the castle. Okay. There is no other servant. After you've gotten some food and water into you, you awake to the clatter of hooves on stone. Looking outside the window, you realize how close to the castle you are. You commandeer. You get your... the innkeeper took your horse from the stable and got it ready for you in the hopes that you'd leave quickly and take trouble with you. And by trouble, that means the princess. It's his lucky day. You and the princess ride out of town and head towards the capital of Dowland. You find the capital in chaos. Several watchmen run through the streets. There's a lot of smoke coming from a few houses. You ride past, taking as many side streets as... taking the main road. It's dangerous, but nowhere near as dangerous as taking a back street or a shortcut in this hour of chaos. Anyone could kidnap a princess in a moment of desperation. You ride up to the castle, calling out for the gates to be opened and for an armed escort to take you inside. They comply quickly, with about a dozen men riding out with you and the princess. In the castle, you were taken before the king and queen. You let out a resounding sigh of relief, your whole body relaxing as you enter the castle grounds. Finally, you're safe. And the princess is safe. Of course, they could still have you beheaded, but it doesn't seem likely. Your Majesty, you say to the king and queen. Your Majesties? I don't even know how you do that. I guess I'll go with your Majesties. I present the princess. May you all live long and prosper. Live long and happy lives. Yeah. You bow before the royals, who stare at you in silence. The king is a stern-looking man, and the queen has that certain haughtiness only afforded to royalty. Well, this is more like what you expected all along. You bow again, and retreats. Catching the princess's eye, you try to think of what to say, and then shrug, because what is there to say? She's back where she belongs. All is well in the realm, apart from the bloody war that came out of seemingly nowhere between the people, the mundane, loving people of Dallin, and the pleasure-loving people of Nadila, I think? Nadila. Nedlia. Fuck, and I just mistyped it. Whatever. At this point, it will have forgotten about it anyway. Okay. That's nothing, so I'm going to undo that, fix the typo. Dila. Nadela? Alright. Give me something interesting, please. Give me some kind of twist. Some kind of tilt. You head to the exit. Just a minute, the queen says. Shit. You did a fine job protecting my daughter. You will be rewarded. That doesn't sound bad. Guild rules have something to say about this. They say, never argue with royalty. You turn and bow again. You are too kind, Your Majesty. Okay, that's a nothing. That's also a nothing. Okay, you know what? She holds out her hand. Give me the wand you used to protect my daughter. What the fuck? Give an inward groan and hand over the wand. It's not like you can do anything, though you're pretty sure the captain isn't going to be happy about this. The queen examines it for a moment, staring at the unicorn tail haft. Your Majesty? You ask, with confusion. She turns and looks at you. It was an heirloom of the royal family. Please take consolation in the fact that you will be well rewarded. Your stomach drops. She's full of shit. A wand is bound to a wizard. Once bound, it cannot be unbound. There's no way. But there's only one thing you can say to royalty. Of course, Your Highness. Thank you. Oh, it should be Your Majesty. Shit. Oh well. There's a moment of awkward silence. The queen looks confused, and then she smiles. Good. You know I'll always watch out for you. Odd words. You bow once more and are escorted out of the throne room. Once the doors are shut, you are clapped in shackles, much to your rising horror, and dragged out of down castle corridors. What the hell? You exclaim. But no one's interested in what you have to say. You are thrown in the dungeon. Nope. Yikes! No, but damn, that's brutal. When you're alone, you swear and look around with a sigh. Nothing for it now but to wait. You overhear that the king and queen, have declared you a traitor and thrown you in here for crimes against the crown. You have no idea what they're on about and are not given a chance to defend yourself from the charges, let alone explain. Without your wand, you cannot do magic. You are just a peasant. And you are in a dungeon. It sucks. You know what? I'm just gonna leave there. But there's nothing for it except waiting around. You don't do that so well, though. Soon you are planning an escape. You spend the next 2 weeks in a dreary dungeon cell. You have a dream again. 2 weeks have passed. So that'll have... 2 weeks have passed. And it's that time. The time to have another vision of horror. This time, you're on the gallows. The executioner waits. The crowd is thick around you, and the calls of expectant crows are raucous. That's cute, but no. You can see the flash of colors from the ladies' dresses. Hear the nobility sharpening their pince-nez to get a better look at you? Isn't that a hat? The noose waits for your lovely, lovely neck. The executioner takes off her hood. It's the princess, and she looks confused. Is this a dream? She says. It's the nightmare again, you say to her, equally confused. Where are you? I'm in the dungeon. Your tone is curt. Before it strikes you that she apparently didn't actually know. Your parents threw me in here? She blinks, startled and trying to absorb this while gripping the lever that will send you to the bottom of the... send you to a breakneck death. I'm in the control room. What? Okay. You can see the hesitation. Life is full of choices. Huh? The princess sighs and rubs a hand over her face. I have a new fiancé now. It's the Prince of... Nadila. I keep forgetting the names. Bad names. It'll broker peace between the two nations, she says. You're marrying a prince you've never met? You ask with disdain, apparently. She wrings her hands together and looks at the floor before speaking, her tone quiet. He's 12. You were 13 when you married the king. You were 13 when you got engaged to Prince Brant. I know, she hisses. Well, congratulations. I'd give you a housewarming gift, but I'm in the fucking dungeon. It's just a dream. I bet you'll wake up perfectly happy at the castle. You shake your head and mutter a curse at that annoying voice. A horn rings out across the square, the signal to begin the execution. Her hand tightens on the lever. And again, entirely inappropriate music for this moment, but what can you do? At this point, I'm tempted to just start writing it, but if only you'd killed her. You grip the hilts of your daggers, still they're just weapons, why waste the spell slots on them? You prepare yourself for the end. She looks determined, but there's also a slight smile on her face. What, you ask? I've always wanted to see an execution. She admits. Are you for real right now? You say incredulously. She pulls the lever. The trapdoor bounces out from underneath you, and you hurtle downwards before snapping out of the dream with a choked cry. Back in the dungeon. Back in the cell. But the next day, you know what, 3 days later, the peasant who brings you food and water leaves a note underneath the bowl. Peasants can't read. Only royalty and wizards. The note says, get away from the wall. The note says, you know what? Tell me something. I gave you some stuff, you give me something. And I'm going to... No. Yeah, fuck it. The note reads, please rescue me. Nadila's army will attack this castle soon and I will be killed. I am trapped in the tower. The princess's handwriting is beautiful. You know this is wrong. Also, you're kind of stuck in a cell. On the other hand, this is literally a quest from a princess. If you've got a quest from a princess, the guild is obligated to help you because the rewards are so high. You jam yourself. You say an incantation that transmits the note to the guild, and after time for processing, a new wand is teleported into your hand. You're a wizard again! The guild insists on testing you a few more times, and you're given some much-needed supplies for the quest, another letter for the princess that clarifies you will be rescuing her in the Nadilan Tun, and finally some quest tokens before you're activated on the mission. You practice your accent. Nadilan is a very proper and traditional language, so you're struggling with it, but these things take time and effort. You doggedly endure the bureaucracy. At the end of it all, you're finally allowed to start the adventure by breaking out of the cell, which you do with a firm flick of the wand, casting get these stupid cell bars out of my face. In the next few days, you run away from, or rather through, your guards, even though they've all shouted threats of grisly torture and drowning in a butt of mud. You have significant strength now, thanks to the guild. They've empowered you in order to deal with a quest of this magnitude. The guards pose little threats, and you make your way to the tower where the princess has been captured. You look up at it and murmur, "Oh boy." The princess awaits you on the top floor. You've dealt with princesses before as well. Now that's weird. In the dragon herding variety. Is that a Game of Thrones reference? I don't even know. I didn't watch nor read any of that. You ascend the tower, blasting knights with spells, countering traps with cantrips, and transforming guard monsters into smaller monsters before punting them out the windows. It's a victory lap, really. You reach the top floor. The princess stands there with several knights. "At last, the hero has arrived," she says in a bored voice. "At last, the hero has arrived." You could act a little more grateful. You point out. Most princesses don't get a dream wizard to come rescue them. This is all pretty abnormal. She looks at you, blinking twice. "Oh, right." She waves to the knights. "You may leave here, me and the hero here." They close the door. You're alone with the princess. It's also pretty weird for the knights to leave her. But really, they were ornamental. Ornamental. If knights were going to do the job, you wouldn't have made it this far. Would you prefer to float down or be teleported, Your Highness? You ask the princess. "What do you think?" she asks. "I think a traditional princess could enjoy the slow descent in luxurious robes. Isla, whoever that is, would prefer to fall and land smoothly. I think I'd like to give you the hero's reward now. She purrs. Fingers strain to the neckline of her robe. You blink. This is weird. She's not acting like a proper princess again. This is genuinely the first time? No, that's not right. Okay, but you know what? I'm just going to kind of say it and ignore it. It's genuinely the first time she's been anything but. Well, a hug would be fine. She plants a smooch on your cheek and launches into your arms. Wait, this is really weird now. Hey, Non. Hey, Non. You say, stumbling back and trying not to fall onto the conveniently placed bed. What the hell is going on? Don't tell me this is part of your plan. She bites her lip. Actually, that guard captain, he's the only man I can get physical with, but I so wanted it to be my husband-to-be. Her words are at odds with her actions. You're not tall or toned, and you don't have a title. You're not her handsome man. But she's really, what I want to say here, she's really pressing her luck. And her boundary, and your boundaries. Are you feeling all right, Your Highness? Should you take a cold shower? She stands on her tiptoes, and you're forced to bend down. This time, the smooch goes from cheek to mouth. You catch a glimpse of something out of the corner of your eye and pull back, spotting an unnatural reflection in the mirror. You realize in an instant what's going on. Son of a bitch, you curse. Fool! What game is this? What joke is this? The mirror laughs, a face forming. It's the fool's face. No joke, Dreamwalker. Your princess's love has traded your power for hers. Such is the power of true love. None of that happened. You say. And even if it did, it would happen to someone else. I'm the wizard. I do wizard things and have wizard adventures and take part in wizard stories. That's the hero's job. The reflection shrugs and blows a bubble, then pops it. It happened to you. I'm just a messenger, baby. The mirror goes dark as a fool steps away into other dreams. You cast... let's see here. Now you have an idea of what's going on. The fool's idea of a practical joke. Get the two kingdoms... No. The fool must have put the two kingdoms at odds, knowing that they would turn to marriage to fix the broken ties, as royalty generally does. With the two kingdoms married, Thulin would become less mundane and full of pleasure seekers, and therefore increase the overall humor quotient. Not to mention guild work. Nothing generates guild work like emotions running high on non-mundane activities. With two kingdoms under one ruler, the princess would also go to the victor, or in this case, the avenger. On one hand, you'd like to put a stop to it because you're caught up in the middle. On the other hand, as a guild member, their gain is your gain. And the princess could be yours if you don't break the spell. A quick look at the globe shows you... No, that's nothing. Try it again. You're already part of the story, and the princess is still beside you, leaning in and looking at you hopefully. You remember your time spent with the princess. You remember she wanted anything but to be a proper princess. She wanted to be a rebel princess. Even. She wanted to have handsome men and dashing adventures and be a wizard, even if it meant giving up the crown. She didn't know it meant giving up the crown and changed her mind pretty quickly, but the thought was there. The idea of reducing her down to just the tiara. Fuck a monkey, you sigh, and cast a spell and cast Fist on the mirror, shattering it and releasing the princess from the fool's mind control. Huh? She asked, sitting up quickly. I was having the weirdest dream involving a prince and a war, and... This princess stops suddenly and looks around, unsure of your location. I'm like right there. You poke the princess in the side. Right here, Your Highness. And we need to kick some ass. The princess turns and looks at you. Right, the kingdoms. We need to stop this nonsense. You help the princess up and begin to leave the room. The key to all of this is the fool. Luckily, he's not hard to find. All you have to do is you march down to the throne room of the castle and tell the king and queen to summon the fool. A few minutes later, the fool enters. What is? You punch the fool in the jaw, dropping him immediately. Another fool enters. Aha! You fell for the fake fool trick. That was merely a log of wood dressed like a jester. And it's true. Plus, your hand now hurts like hell. You turn to the king and queen. What the fuck are you doing? The jester's trying to kill the princess. Now, this is something we need to discuss privately, says the king. You decide that the king and queen are the king and queen in cahoots with the jester? No. They embodied Thalin's love of the mundane. They must be under his jester magic control. You have to defeat the fool to end this madness. Luckily, you have a little help. Now, you cry, and the princess thrusts out her crystal pendant, casting the spell you taught her. Summon Fool's Childhood. Suddenly, the fool is under your control. You cuff him round the face and force him to rip out his own heart with his bare hands. I don't think that's what happened. Let's try that again. I don't think that's what happened again. Nor that. If it doesn't give me, I'll just cue it. The man you punched is pulled into the air, wearing a tiny jester costume. The fool stands up and attempts to pierce you with his hypnotizing stare. You feel a little enchanted. Again, you call out. She keeps casting the spell over and over again. Each time, the fool grows younger. He's becoming a baby. Finally, the fool is reduced to a crying infant and falls off his chair. Abruptly, the infant bulges, squirms, and undulates. Tentacles bursting every which way and reforming into flames of violet and gold. Violent and gold. The infant was a... You recognize the creature as it forms. This is a fey... It was a mandrake, right? The mandrake gets replaced? Mandrake. It must have been put in the fool's crib when the fool was but an infant, and the real child. Well, who knows what the elves do. But the fool has been a fey creature the whole time. It disappears in a puff of sweet-smelling smoke, gone to wherever the Fae go when the jig is up. A small leather pouch falls out of the dissipating smoke and rolls around the ground. The king leaps to catch it. "Now you've done it!" he cries, turning to you. "Your Majesty, if you are dissatisfied with my ridding the kingdom of an elven magical influence," you say tiredly, "submit a formal complaint with the guild, and then stick it up your ass." You add silently, "You would never treat a fellow member of a brotherhood this way. However, on your way out, you say one last thing. Your Highness," you say to the princess, "I wish you luck finding finding the handsome man of your dreams, and not settling for a political assignation. You have the rest of your life to sort out the politics. But romance is a young girl's dream. With that, you leave. Well, that went well. You would decide to take that fey bitch and her blood-sucking friends in hand, for better or for worse, just like Kuan said you would. The end. Fade to black, go to the guild, get rich. Who the hell knows? Kingdom, there's a lot to do in this kingdom. Top 10 spells cast under the Fool's magical influence. 10. So yeah, that went well. I think it's like the first story that I've streamed where I tried to play it generally straight. I've done things like that before. I know it does work, but there's so much temptation to just start going crazy with it. Controlling yourself does come up with some good results as long as you don't accept what it gives you at first. Let's see here. Top 10 wacky spells cast under the Fool's guidance. Come on, give me something funny. Clear the palette. The spell that makes creatures dance when the music is played. The spell that changed horses and knights into dancing courtiers. Courtiers? I actually don't know this one. The spell which dressed an entire tavern full of people in the buff. It put clothes on them. The spell that filled an entire castle with flowers. The spell that made a school dance disappear. The spell that conjured flowers and messages of love. The spell that blocked all roads out of a village. It's kind of a just asshole thing to do. The spell that created the odd rule that where any horse more than 3 paces from a man carrying his head was that of the same color? So the horse changes color to be the same color as the man, or vice versa? That's weird. It's so weird it wants to do number 3 again, so second take. The spell that causes bystanders to dress like a jester. The spell that caused all within a courtyard to laugh themselves to death. And the number 1 wacky spell cast under the Fool's guidance. The spell that transformed the jester himself into... into... fuck! Into... Shit pit! These blasted fey creatures have a way of sneaking into y'all brain and giving y'all these ideas for evil curses. Top 10 evil curse ideas from fey's creatures in your brain. Number 10. Drumroll. Fortunately for ya, one of the first curses dreamed up by a fey was the evil eye, so long as you learned how to cast it right. Number 9. Of course, magical eye contact is intimate. Elves and other fae have been known to wink instead. Number 8. Your idea also inspired the creation of the Evil Eye Bracelet, used today primarily in Mediterranean countries. Number 7. Owning an Evil Eye artifact has become even more common. Few things are as unnerving as a charm giving you the stink eye. Number 6. The world record for the number of people winking simultaneously is 33.972 and was set at the 2016 Summer Olympics in Rio. The term evil eye, or old Italian term malocchio, literally translates to bad eye, as in someone who is looking at you is going to give you bad luck. Western-themed horror movies dealing with curses and killers are always a hit. Is he purposely trying to kill me, or is he just a stupid giant? Seen in Jackson's Hobbit was always a crowd favorite. Most basic way of casting an evil eye curse is to interlock the fingers, place them over an eye, then use a hand to pluck the eye. Now, curses also make great horror movie ideas. The Omen, for one, is about the Antichrist, as most of the cursed children in the movie are. Thanks to you, we now have a new curse, the evil eye, into Shit Pit. Hope you enjoyed and have a good night. Oh, yeah, that's right. The sun challenge. Incidentally, inconclusive because it's actually pretty overcast. The sun did not make full contact at pretty much any time, so I have no idea how well it works. However, FaceRig kept up, so good for FaceRig. Peace.